All right. Arts. Twitch. Arts. Stream. Hegesius. Today. Right now.
Hegesius.
Uh-oh. Look who's in chat. A1 Chop Suey. Also known as Chops. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Hope things are well. There we go. Let's see. We've done most of the bottom half, so start moving upward, I suppose. You're alive. Ah, yes. That's the classic response. I'm alive, right up there with, it goes. Things happen as time progresses. But yes, I know how that goes. I mean, not in this specific instance of yours, but I know situations in which I myself have responded in such a way. You know, the I'm alive response is, you know, it's not even necessarily saying that in any sort of positive manner. It's just a general statement with no implied positive or negative connotation. You're up late again, Chops. Good, excellent. it a bit darker. some wonderful, wonderful ads coming up shortly. Who doesn't love that concept? Where to go? Guess it doesn't really matter that much. The dot's gonna go everywhere.
Ad break. Fuck you.
Boo, ad breaks, boo. You know, I want to say that the top half of this is going to go faster than the bottom half, but I think I'm making that up. I'm completely making that up. That's what we call copium. It might. I feel like there's slightly more surface area on the bottom than the top. Which could go faster.
I must drink the sacred water.
As usual, chaps, this is an outrage. An absolute outrage. With your eeps, gotta go eep. So sleepy that the letters S and L no longer exist anymore. Takes too long. We gotta get to bed.
In the house!
You're checking in. You're checking in now when you're really checking out? Outrageous, chaps. No. But thanks for stopping by, Chops. Always a pleasure. And have a good night. Is now the official Chops is going to sleep music. Why, I don't know. It just seemed to pick up the energy the second I said, have a good night. Cry face. You know, you don't have to go to sleep, Chops. You don't have to. I mean, who really says humans must sleep? Who? Sure, you might go a little insane after a while, but you know, who doesn't? Who's not insane already? Some insanity, some hallucinations, completely normal. Completely normal for humans. Everyone else out there, hope you're doing well. There was an abrupt and oddly placed pause in that song. I did not like that pause. That one was less abrupt and much more acceptable. You know, from a creative and compositional perspective. not as in focus as it can be. Ugh. Bear with me for a sec. Zoom in, zoom out, zoom in. What if we go really close? 300x. It's a little blurry. Oh well. We can deal. Sounds. Can I boost the saturation of this a bit? Actually, I probably can. It's a little more like what it actually looks like. Not quite through. I think it's a little too temperature, a little too warm. do a little correction. It's a little better. But, yeah, whatever. Whatever. Get on with the dots already. Barely even see these dots. What happens? Oh yeah, you definitely can't see those. Well, curiouser and curiouser. I mean, digital zoom sucks. What's better, that? I'm gonna go with this, actually. It's a little cleaner. Maybe one day I'll get a lens for this camera that can zoom in a little further. Maybe. Certainly not necessary. Come on, Tab, why are you taking so long? Why are you taking so long? There's some space that needs filling. Just a little. Just a little touch. Light touch.
Dealing with the supernatural from the perspective of a chaplain. The church. I deal with
why don't we do some art? Bell. Skip.
Coast to Coast AM.
Skip.
And it's good to be with you. This
Skip.
a rather unlikely topic, save perhaps this weekend. This particular upcoming day, All Hallows Eve. It's very dark out there. There is no discernible moon, save the dimly illuminating stars. There is no light out there at all, and on this kind of night, of course, anything can happen. Now, when we do a ghost show, there are a couple of things I want to say before we get started. One, I treat this subject seriously, despite the opening laugh for you. I treat this subject seriously, ladies and gentlemen, for a lot of reasons. I've heard too many stories. I've done too many programs of this nature not to treat it seriously. As you may know, over the last year, I have been fortunate in receiving from a number of people photographs of what purport to be, and certainly seem to be, apparitions, ghosts. Something. Surely it is something, and I cannot tell you for sure that I know that there are ghosts, nor that I even understand for certain there's an afterlife. I don't know. I'm continually searching, and I want to know, and I suspect that mimics many of you out there. You want to know, and you're searching. And these stories, and this morning, may help you in your struggle with trying to understand whether there is really something to all this or not. So we take serious ghost stories. We don't joke. These are hopefully true stories. And I guess that's what makes it all the more frightening, the fact that they are at least given to us as real ghost stories. So anyway, welcome to the weekend, welcome to the Halloween program, and we'll get started shortly. A couple of beginners for you, just, oh, I've got a note for you. CBS Television, this Sunday evening, no doubt when we're on the air with Dreamland Guides and hitting Earth.
Get to the phones.
A couple of stories, two now, and I feel this story in my papers to this house, that has a large German Shepherd, two now, and I feel this story for 3 years. We've been listening to your show for 2 now, and I feel this story might be good for your Halloween show. For 1.5 years, we've been delivering newspapers to this house that has a large German Shepherd that is kept on the enclosed porch where I put the paper. The dog had always been friendly, always waiting for a pat on the head. Well, about a month ago, I didn't see the dog for a while. Didn't think very much about it till he was on the porch. There he was one morning about 2 weeks after the last time I'd seen him. He was laying down. When I entered, he raised his head, and I gave him several pats, and I left. I didn't see him again after that. About a week later, we were collecting for the paper at that house. So I asked the owner where his dog was. He said the dog was very old, suffering from spinal problems. So he'd had to have him put to sleep. Had done it 3.5 weeks ago. This instantly sent shivers up my spine. And now I get into and out of that porch as fast as I can. That's from Josh in Spokane, Washington. This comes from internet. Several years ago, I experienced a disturbing sight. I'm going to relate it as best I can. This gets all the dog stories out of the way. My wife, now ex, was lying in bed next to me. Light from the Circle K store next door was illuminating the room. I was laying there thinking about how good she looked in the yellow light when something black rose up out of her body. My first thought was, I thought I was awake. The blackness moved over me and formed itself into a black dog with glowing yellow eyes and dripping red, yes, the blood-glowed fangs. I screamed and held my arms over my head. My ex turned over and tried to comfort me. The neighbors pounded on the wall. The black dog took its time to dissipate. It seemed amused by my struggles while Brenda attempted to comfort me. The black dog has never reappeared, but I'll never forget it. Several sad events happened since that night. The most notable was the discovery that Brenda was cheating on me with an old high school flame. That's from Darkman in Seattle. Art, this story is not much, but it happened and I thought it was a little weird. When my wife and I were first married, in about 1 year or 2, we purchased a brand new home in Northridge, California. One night around 10 o'clock, my wife and I went to bed. I left the bathroom light on. Now my wife had on a violet-colored night clothing.
was sleeping on my left side. I was not dreaming. I was still awake, just thinking about things. Looked over at the bathroom door. It was open. I saw what I thought was my wife standing in the doorway of the bathroom, and I said, "What are you doing up?" My wife said, "Huh?" The image at the bathroom door immediately vanished. My wife was still on the bed next to me. Weird. Wasn't a dream. The image I saw was so vivid and real, I actually thought it was my wife. As soon as my wife answered my question from her position on the bed, and the being in the doorway immediately disappeared, I told her what had happened. Now, any way you cut it, this was a strange event. I only conclude that there may have been something in the past that happened at that location before the housing tract was built there. The entire valley used to be nothing but horse ranches. Enjoy it, it's true. And then this. Art, I was an Eastern Orthodox priest for many years, and in that time I've witnessed many interesting, if not frightening things. This is one that I'd like to tell you about. In 1974, a close friend of mine lost her father. He'd been very popular during the 40s as a singer and guitar player on the radio. He and his wife had been divorced for many years at the time of his death. He lived alone and died of a heart attack while sleeping in his bed. It was 3 days before his body was discovered. About a week after the funeral, his ex-wife moved back into the house that he'd lived and died in. 2 months after his death, I received a phone call from my friend asking if I could come over to her mother's house. Apparently her mother was beginning to act a little strange, and she was concerned. When I got there, the three of us sat down, and my friend's mother related this story to me. She said she was convinced she was going crazy. She said about 2 weeks earlier, she woke up in the middle of the night to the singing of her dead ex-husband. She walked into the front room, and he was sitting in the rocking chair smiling at her. She went back into the bedroom and spent the rest of the night with no sleep. She then told me after that she'd be sitting in the front room, and for no reason it would feel like someone was grabbing or pinching her legs, after which welts would appear on her legs. Also, she'd continue to hear her dead husband singing every night. I told her I didn't think she was going crazy, having had some working knowledge of the rite of exorcism. I asked her if she'd feel better if I went through the house and blessed it. She said it certainly would make her feel better. I took out a small bottle of holy water and proceeded to go through the house room by room, beginning with the basement. Everything went fine. I saved the bedroom for last. Upon entering the bedroom, there was a noticeable temperature difference. It was very cold, and you could see your breath. The mother stood in the doorway, and as I threw the holy water around the room, the mother was thrown backwards out of the doorway into the hallway. When I asked her what was wrong, she said something had hit her in the legs, like something was trying to push her out of the way. I was a little skeptical until she pulled her pants legs up, and there they were, large red welts on both legs just above the knee. I'm not trying to make any claims as to what was going on in that house, but I can say that after I blessed the house, there was no further problem with visions or physical manifestations. Bit of a primer for you, and a couple of stories sent in. I have many, many more that have arrived by fax. If you have one and you'd like to fax it in, you're welcome to do so. My fax number is area code 702-727-8499. 702-727-8499. Now, this morning, that's all we're going to be doing is ghost stories. You're welcome to make a contribution. You're welcome to light a candle if you wish. And just sit there and get scared, and believe me, before this night is through, we will succeed in doing that. Probably will succeed in scaring myself. I've got my candle ready. Just a brief warning. If these sorts of stories, and some of them are going to be realistic, and some of them are going to be frightening, if they scare you, by all means, tune out. I'm sure there's lots of shows this morning dispensing the usual. And many of you, I understand, would be far more comforted with the usual. So you'll want to tune out about now. Because coming up shortly, the unexpected, possibly the frightening. And I don't really
My
want to hear
God.
who's not ready for
The
it.
frightening.
I simply tell you, you will hear stories that I think will convince you, if you continue to listen, that there is a life that comes after. And occasionally, things seem to
That, I don't
the
know.
normal soul after death. Whether it's unrequited love, whether it's a murder, whether it's an unexpected, untimely death, occasionally things seem to interrupt the flow of what ought to come after this life. And those are the stories you will hear this morning.
Are you ready, people?
Few moments.
Are you freaking
All right.
ready?
Here are the telephone numbers. And remember this evening, nothing but ghost stories. If you have one for us, by all means, pick up the telephone. If you're a first-time caller to the program, the number is area code 702. 727-1222. 702-727-1222. The wildcard direct lines, area code 702-727-1295. 702-727-1295. And then finally, if you're east of the Great Rocky Mountains, the number is 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to the phones. On the wildcard line, you are on the air. Good evening.
Good evening, Art.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm just fine. Do you have a ghost story?
Yes, I do. My name is Arisha. I'm calling from Santa Maria.
Santa Maria, what is your story?
Well, when we purchased our house, we could not move in initially because one lady died. Her name was Nellie. And for about 3-4, we've been in this house over 20 years
Oh
now.
man,
mind you.
this person's story is gonna have tons of irrelevant
Here with
info in it.
And my husband.
What now?
never-
What do you mean? She lived with you as a ghost?
Yes, yes.
Now, how did you know she was there? Did you see her, hear her, feel her? How did you know?
I felt her.
You felt her.
And the room that she died in, which I am sitting in right now, was very, very cold always. Except that one day, my husband went down the hall, and he's not a believer, and she touched him, and he came back to me and he says, somebody touched me, and I said, it was Nellie. Don't get excited. And we used to get her mail at this house for about 3 years. And every time that the mail came for her, we would lay it on the table, and I would say, Nellie, here's your mail. And it was for about 5 years she was in that house. And then she left. I just don't know how to...
See that? Nothing about the mail.
Well, you don't...
is relevant.
Thank you
in
very
capacity.
much. She left. In other words, you stopped sensing the presence. No, I understand that. You see, that really is typical. And usually the areas haunted, if you want to call it haunting, and it really doesn't matter, does it? The areas that are affected by the presence of what seems to be left of that human spirit are frequently the areas that that person was killed in, died in. It's really hard to understand. Another aspect of it that I've never understood, one mentioned in a couple of the stories I read you and the one she just told you, is the cooling of a room. I mean, just a downright chill, even to the degree that you can see your breath. It's not unusual to hear that. I don't understand exactly why it would be, but it does seem to trail with these stories. On the wildcard line, you are on the air. Good evening.
Good evening, Art. It's Andrea in Vista, California.
Welcome to the program.
Okay, what happened was I was sleeping in this mobile home in a twin bed, and about 3 o'clock in the morning, I suddenly awakened, but my eyes were still closed, and I sensed kind of an energy down at my feet.
Down at your feet?
Yeah, down at my feet. It was really bizarre. I didn't move. My eyes were still closed. It was a kind of a positive feeling. I wasn't afraid of it. And I felt this energy kind of moving, kind of up on the side of the bed,
Yes.
up towards my head. Well, when it got right up to just about to where my arms were, I decided, well, I guess, the first thing, wait. I thought for a minute, it was just whatever it was warm and good. And the first thing I said was, Mom, is that you? And then I didn't get a response. And then I opened my eyes, and there's this figure standing there, just looking at me. It was pink and blue.
Pink and blue.
Pinkish, just a pinkish illumination and blue.
All right, so it was not a solid form.
Not quite, well, it was shaped like a human and as tall as a human, but it wasn't quite solid. And I said the darndest thing. I said, can I help you?
People say the darndest things.
Well, I wasn't afraid of it. I was looking at it wondering, what is this?
Can I help you? Okay.
Can I help you? And then it vanished.
And it vanished.
Slowly dissipated.
Maybe it was shocked. I mean, maybe what you said at that moment just absolutely astounded it, even in spirit form, and it couldn't handle it.
But
maybe it had been wandering the aisles of large discount stores now for months with nobody ever asking a question like that.
But oh my God, I remember calling my friend, and he just didn't believe me. And,
Well, I believe you.
Good.
Thank you.
All right.
Take care. May I help you? All right, well, it is but the very beginning. And you have connected with the Halloween weekend show, the annual event on Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. At Coast to Coast was... this is Halloween week. You have one? Join us and prepare yourself without interruption. Fine. On the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. It's Anthony, Mr. Friday Night from St. Louis.
Well, welcome to the program.
I got a ghost story for you. It's not very scary, but it's worth telling.
All right.
Anyway, I never really knew my grandfather consciously, although Mom said I did love him. He died when I was 2 years old. That was 15 years ago. Just about almost a month now.
Right.
And, there was a time period after he died, Mom told the story to me and a lot of other people where Mom was sitting there doing something, like just a couple months after he died, and he came back in full form, fully recognizable, just like he was in real life, just before he died. And he didn't say anything. He was just sitting there with a smile on his face, and the impression Mom got from the apparition/grandfather is that he was sending some kind of message that he was all right, so to speak.
No, that makes sense. And I'm sure the one thing that any spirit, anything or anybody who has left this earth would want to be able to tell or assure the people who are left. And that is that they're all right. That it is all right. That they're not gone forever. In fact, we're all not gone forever. What I do find interesting is that the apparition appeared in solid form. Not too many of them do. And the one, by the way, actually a couple that appear in our current newsletter are about to appear in the current newsletter. You've got to get hold of our newsletter, incidentally. Let me plug it while I'm at it. It's got the ghost photograph in it. And I may read you the letter that is connected to that ghost photograph. It is very good. A lot of people have had comments on it. The one taken by the Stone Mason. Thank goodness we managed to get it into the newsletter, and I hounded them to be able to do that, and so it is in there. If you'd like to order our newsletter called After Dark, the Art Bell newsletter, you can do so by picking up the telephone and calling right now or throughout the weekend, I might add, 1-800-917-4278. Now, this is for people with Visa and MasterCharge and such. To get the newsletter, it's only $29.95 for a year. It's 1-800-917-4278. On the toll-free line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Is this Art Bell?
Yes, it is. Turn your radio off for us, please.
Okay. I have a story. Long time ago, when I was in my teens, I had a dream that I was walking down a road, and I looked to the left, and there was sheep and cattle and horses grazing, and it was beautiful pasture. And I kept walking on a little further, and there was like a real beautiful old Civil War type looking house, you know, that type of an older house.
Sure.
And there was a lady outside pouring water into a bird bath, and she waved and smiled at me, and she was a very beautiful lady. And I waved and smiled and said hi back, and I kept walking down the road, and there was a white picket fence. And as I walked down the road, the trees kind of made an arch. And as I walked through the arch of trees, not a perfect arch, but just kind of an arch, I woke up and I felt pure pleasure. I just felt great. And I got up, I smoked a quarter of a cigarette, and got a drink of water, went back to bed.
Right.
And I was walking down, and in this dream, the same night, I'm dreaming, I'm walking down this road, I'm feeling very uncomfortable, and all of a sudden I notice, I look to the left, and there's that same sloping pasture, and I noticed a sheep first in a long, tall, very unruly pasture. The sheep is laying there, you could see its body deteriorated, you could see the cattle and the horses dead, and as I walked to what was a pretty picket fence, it was just unmaintained and paint peeling off it, and the house was in shambles, and I saw a man chasing a woman with a axe that looks like an axe on the back of a dime.
Yes.
And hit her in the head, and then she screams as he's hitting her. I didn't see her hit her, I just saw her chasing her through a open window without a screen. And then she comes back, and you could see her just kind of walking almost zombie-like, and she had the same axe in her hand with blood coming out of her head. And this was the same woman I saw before, only she was a little more aged, like she'd be 60 or so.
Yes.
And then you heard a guy scream, and you heard a thud, and I hurriedly walked down and started walking through these trees that were completely, at this time, they were like barren, almost like fall, but it was because of death, not fall.
Yes.
And I woke up, my heart was beating the whole 9 yards. Well, about 6 months later, my cousin and a friend of ours, we were driving along. We were out by the St. Louis airport. This is when it was very much undeveloped. And I felt a strange feeling. And I said, hey, pull into this driveway. The whole thing was a shambles. We pulled in, got out of his Jeep, and started walking up towards the so-called remnants of a house where there was like half of a brick chimney down, and the roof was like down on the ground.
Yes.
We all started getting bad vibes, and as we walked closer up to it, we noticed that the place in front of where that window was that I saw that axe thing committed, there was like like the thorn tree they used to crucify Jesus Christ, the thorns they put around his head, and you could almost feel something surrounding us. And we never said a word to each other. We just looked at each other, and we slowly started walking towards the Jeep. All of a sudden, we found ourselves at a very fast pace towards the Jeep. Next thing we knew, we were in the Jeep, and it didn't want to fire up. My cousin threw it in a neutral. My buddy got out, kind of pushed it. We popped the clutch and fired up. We left the place ASAP. And
ad break. Fuck you.
Up to the Big Boys. Of course, Big Boys hamburgers aren't anymore.
Right.
We shut down the vehicle, and it fired right back up. And we never did return to the place, but it seems like that was a very strange situation.
It was, and possibly, you know, what do you think your dream was then? Do you think that it was sort of a foretelling of what occurred there?
We've analyzed it over the years. I'll speak for my cousin and not bother myself, but my cousin is very, 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 very high up in AT&T, and he's a very intelligent man, and we've sat and talked about this. And the one proposal we came up with years ago that it had something to do with the one thing we could come up with, you know, that the dream happened to me, but everything happened that way. The only thing we could come up with that we could all agree on that the maybe cause of it was what's going on in America economically today.
Economically today?
Yes, isn't that strange? It's something like that, but and I have one more thing real quick.
Well, our current economic situation is a little like an axe in the head. Sir, we're very short on time, so if it's very quick.
Okay, when my dad died, my mom started going into she just started deteriorating physically, and weight and bags under the eyes and black eyes. And I was down at a place that I was working, a buddy of mine owned, and I was standing there, and all of a sudden I felt his presence. And I said, Dad, don't take Mom, just go. She'll be with you later. The family needs her too much. And it was only about a couple days after that she started improving. That was a very strange thing as well.
Thank you very much for the call from, I believe, the St. Louis area. Well, it does bring up, though, another topic, and that has to do with the feeling of a presence. Now, that much I can say I have had. There have been a few times during my life when I have felt distinctly a presence, and I don't recall that it particularly scared me, but I was absolutely aware of it, and I'm sure that it may have happened, well, I guess I shouldn't say I'm sure, but I would bet that it's happened to many of you. and you can feel human beings, much like animals, I believe, have an instinctual sense about them. As you can sense somebody's actual physical presence in a room, I believe that the sensitive among us can feel the presence of other things and beings nearby. Does that make sense? It always has to me. And I don't think it's anything all that deep. I think it's just a purely instinctual thing that human beings have and have always had. Some are able to feel it now and use it now. Many are not, because of the noise of modern civilization. It tends to blot out these more obscure, but I believe real feelings. On the wildcard line, you are on the air. Good morning.
Let me turn off my radio real quick.
Thank you. Yes, remember to do that, everybody. We have a delay system here. It's very confusing.
Jeff, have you ever heard of about going into a mirror and like saying a word like any ghost or like Bloody Mary?
Or Candyman?
Well, not that, but I've done it before.
Well, I have heard, sir, that people have had very strange experiences with mirrors.
Yeah.
What is yours?
Well, I did it like around 12 o'clock. I think it was about when I was in 7th grade, and so I was a little bit nervous too.
It's all right. You in 7th grade, you looked into a mirror and did what?
Well, I turned off all the lights, because that's what you're supposed to do, and I blocked the door.
Yes.
It was late at night, so everything was quiet in the house, because that's how it has to be.
Right.
And I went, and I turned in a circle once, and I stared at the mirror and said Bloody Mary. Then I closed my eyes, turned around and the circle again and said Bloody Mary. Then I went again and I did it, and I saw this like face that had like blood on one half of the side, and like something hit me in the head. I think it was a toothbrush hit me in the head, because I saw it laying on the ground and I didn't see it before.
Odd.
And I've had other friends who said that they've had scratches from doing that. And I've had a friend in the 7th grade who I was a really good friend with named...
No, don't give me the person's name.
Well, not her full name. And she's related to Bloody Mary, the Queen of Scots, you know.
All right, sir, thank you. I have heard about this before. Maybe some of the rest of you know something about it. But there is something about mirrors. And I believe there is something about, in effect, inviting something to appear. And it may not matter the words that you use, but if you, in effect, put yourself in a mood of being receptive to this sort of thing, and then you exercise some sort of ritual, in this case, the use of a mirror, you may, in fact, be inviting something in that you may be sorry you invited in. Just a word to the wise. On the wildcard line, you're on the air. Good evening.
Okay, I'm calling from Reno.
Hi.
This happened whenever I was about 7 years old. My dad had already been married about a year. His wife started dabbling into the occult, but I didn't know what the occult was. So, we were going to church, and of course my brother, he went up to the altar and committed himself to Jesus Christ. And I didn't, because I didn't understand it. But once I decided to do this, I had said my prayers, and I told the Lord that Sunday morning, I'm going to commit myself to you. And, you know, so that happened on a Friday. And so I was real excited about going to church because I was going to do this thing.
I understand.
And I went to bed.
And later on that night, have no idea what time it was, my door was open. It was always open. My parents' door is closed because they don't want, the snoring to wake us up.
Yes.
And I woke up, and there was a bull standing at the front of my door. It was a demon, and it was in a shape of a bull. It was about 4.5 feet tall. And I looked at it, and I just said, God, I don't know what it is, and help me go to sleep. And if I don't move, then maybe it won't hurt me. Well, then I had this really strange dream, and it was very unrelated to what was in front of me. So I dreamt this certain dream, and when I woke up, that bull was still standing there. It had horns and everything. And I thought, no, it's not going away. I was thinking this, and all of a sudden it disappeared, and it had attacked me. I was struggling in bed. I was trying to scream, and the worst thing you can do is you're screaming and nothing comes out of you. I couldn't breathe. I felt like I was being smothered.
I understand that feeling. You are screaming internally, but nothing will come out.
And I was thinking, what am I to do? What am I to do? I'm going to die. It's going to kill me. And sure enough, I said, okay, God, you're going to have to take it away, because I can't do anything. I'm going to die, and I don't want to die. And so it let go. It dissipated. It never showed up again. When that thing let go and it ran out of the room and it left, I just screamed totally bloody murder. And my dad comes running in there seeing what's going on. And I was telling them, there's a monster in here.
A monster.
And it was trying to kill me. And nobody really believed it, but it really actually happened.
Maybe ahead of your commitment on Sunday, it was one last shot, so to speak, of the dark force trying to get hold of you.
I believe that. And one other thing about my mom and the power of God, what I had to deal with was that very quickly she had a 4-foot mod poster. This was back in the 70, 71, 72. Mod came back.
Okay, very quickly.
And it was a picture of the devil. And I wouldn't go into her room. So I asked God to take away that poster. And within 3 weeks, it had torn itself apart.
Thank you for the call. You know, if there is good in this world, if there is God, if there is a presence, a creator presence, then it would certainly make sense that there would be an opposite force. As there can be documented for just about everything else in our life that we do, that we experience, there are two sides. There's good and evil. There's good and evil, for example, in atomic energy. There's good and evil in just about every force that we do control on Earth. So, with the assumption of a creator, a God, a good, I think it's not too much of a leap to understand there is an opposite force, the one we talk of this morning. On the wild card line, you're on the air.
Yeah, you're true about that. Because they balance each other out.
I believe so, sir.
But you can't have too much of either. So I like to talk about what happened to me when I was 15.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, we were staying at a friend's house. Me and my mom were staying at a friend's house.
Yes.
For a little while.
Right.
So we find a new place to live.
Yes. Where are you, by the way?
I'm in Long Beach.
Long Beach, all right.
Okay, and see, certain times of year, this is certain part of the neighborhood in Broadway and Long Beach and everything.
Yes.
It's like a vortex.
A vortex.
Yeah, it's like a vortex. You know, certain things come through. You know, basically it's like a main doorway. You know, a main hallway. You find out different things. Like one time, my mother, you know, like seen like a little man crawling on her arm. And she woke up.
On her arm?
Yeah, on her arm. He's all silver. They look like deep footprints. She woke us up to see these little footprints on her arm.
Really?
And I looked down and said, yeah, they're footprints, Ma. Yeah. You figured she's joking. Went back to sleep. And I estimated the thing probably weighed around, 40 pounds, leaves such deep footprints. And
on her arm. It actually left footprints on her arm.
Yeah, left footprints on her arm.
Wow. All right, thank you very much for the call. Now, what was that? What would do that? Well, there are those who would suggest this woman was dreaming. She was asleep, and she had such a vivid dream that the power of her mind actually caused those that physical evidence that he just talked about, footprints actually on her arm. But sometimes it's a little difficult to separate the real occurrence from the one in our mind. Maybe there is not a difference. Maybe that which does occur in our mind is in fact real. Does that occur to you? The distinction between that which we dream and that which we experience while awake, it's really, when you examine it, a very, very small distinction. This is the Halloween weekend show from Ghost to Ghost AM. Ghost to Ghost. Settle in, light a... Art, this story is supposed to be a true one. Dick and Clyde had been friends since August of 1918, nearly 15 years. During their friendship, they had done some pretty remarkable things. However, none can compare with the prank they pulled on their girlfriends, Betty Lou and Mildred, on October 31st, 1933. October 24th, 1933, Betty Lou and Mildred were excited about the barn dance and hayride they were about to go on Halloween night. The girls just couldn't conjure up a prank to pull on Clyde and Dick that could measure up to the boys hanging a dressmaker's doll on Window Johnson's old dead tree in her front yard. Whatever that prank would be, it would have to be very good. During lunch, the boys propositioned them with a dare. The agreement was for the girls each to drive a stake into a grave at midnight on Halloween night, and the boys would pay them $10. The girls agreed, thinking they could come back with some gruesome horror stories to scare the boys out of their wits. October 31st, 1933, 8 o'clock at night. The foursome was having a great time at the dance. The boys kept asking the girls if they're sure they wanted to go through with the agreement. The girls were positive. During the hayride, the group leader was telling a story about a jealous husband's outrage with regard to his wife after finding her with a lover. During his panic, he murdered her, chopped her into small parts, and tried to dispose of her body. All the remains found were her two arms, now buried in Gracelawn Cemetery. Gracelawn Cemetery? The graveyard the girls were about to be at this very night. Mildred was in a frenzy. How was she going to handle this? Why did she let them talk her into it? Mildred came back to her senses. The hayride comes to an end. She could hear Betty Lou and the boys planning out the evening. They all were to meet at the general store at 1 a.m. after the graveyard incident. The time finally came. Mildred and Betty Lou found themselves at the graveyard. Betty Lou was to pound her stake into grave number 12, and Mildred into number 56. They decided to just meet at the back of the store. Betty Lou pounded her steak as directed and gave a signaling whistle to Mildred. Betty Lou was finished. She headed back. Mildred pounded her steak and got up to leave. Something was tugging her skirt. She screamed for help and nobody came. She tried harder to get away, but it was useless. At 1 a.m., Betty Lou and the boys were worried about Mildred. Why hadn't she shown up? Had she been hurt? They decided to go back to the graveyard, but it was the dead of night and too dark to see a thing. They came to the conclusion that she was tired and went home. November 1st, 1933, the Jonesboro Morning Bee read, "Girl found dead in Gracelawn Cemetery with stake through her dress." That's from Ron in Seattle. On the toll-free line, you're on the air. Hi. Make that the wild card line. Hello? No, you're not. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I'm calling from Santa Rosa,
Santa Rosa. KSRO. Great.
and I will tell you a truth that I know, as sure as I know my name, that ghosts and poltergeists and past life visions are all one and the same. They're all agents of Satan. In 1989, on Thanksgiving Day, my mother-in-law died. And I hadn't spoken to her for 3 years because I'd had the consummate nerve of questioning her about Grandpa drinking and driving with my son in the car, and she never spoke to me again. And the next day, my husband arrived home, and he had been with her at the moment of her death, and she'd thrown back the blankets as if to leave, and she was clouded with morphine. And he and I stood outside on the sidewalk and watched this cloud about 50 feet long and 40 feet wide, just about the height of the telephone poles. It was brown, dirty mist. And we watched it dissipate in front of our eyes. And I made a joke, and I said, maybe that's your mother's spirit. And about a week later, his father reported that some things were turned around on the mantelpiece, and a spot on the windowsill where she'd placed a glass refused to dry. And we thought, well, he drinks a lot, this can't be true. And about a week after that, I was sitting in the living room. My husband was at his office, and her music box in the corner of the room went on all by itself. And I called him up and really freaked him out. And he kind of abandoned the family in that he was up there every weekend sitting at the foot of her bed on the floor writing poetry about her. It was sort of an emotionally incestuous relationship. Well, he began to change a lot. And what was going on was he was seeing another woman who later turned out to be the image of his mother, an older woman. And he literally turned into her.
Wow.
And he would come to the door one day screaming at me to quit using his last name. We've been together 17 years. And the next day he would forget that he'd even said that and be very charming. And
My God, how did you get through this?
It's still going on. My son, he spirited my son away, and my son became addicted to drugs, showed up on my doorstep last October, all into the master, and saying to me, Satan rules. And he brought with him head lice, body lice, chicken lice, and mites. And a year has gone by. I've spent $3,000, and I'm still fighting these things. My son has come and gone. Before he left, he said to me,
the steepling. It's gonna be the steepling.
My brake fluid was weird things just keep
Darkest is here.
in his room of rotten oranges. I had 2 other people stay just for brief periods of time.
So that's a new stippling.
Coming from underneath. I'm still battling.
Then we have a boring Hegesius because Hegesius doesn't know how to pick a number.
Oh, man.
There's a new darkest.
Appreciate your story, and I wish you well, ma'am. I don't know what to tell you, but
yes,
I think
Yes.
With a similar circumstance, I would give even my son under those.
So boring.
And I would try and free myself of that.
Hegesius.
Because I believe you're in a dangerous situation. On the toll-free line, you're on the air. Good morning.
1 second, let me get the radio.
Yes, thank you. Turn them off the moment you get on the air, please. This is...
Doing all right, I suppose.
You got a story for us?
Yeah, this is,
How about you?
Yes, Dale.
Yeah, I'm originally from West Virginia, and, I had my grandfather tell me a story a long time ago about, his great-grandfather told him a story.
It's been a little dead on the stream the last couple days.
Okay, but, they had bought some, like, plantation down in, Logan County, West Virginia.
'Cause I'm so boring.
Big field, and they hadn't found out. This is all a story told me by my grandfather. And, my great-grandfather tried to plow up the land and everything there, and, the ground was real rocky, and when they later looked, it was like, makeshift little, grave markers.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, my grandpa told me that one
Bit
night-
drained, the medication kicks my butt today. I feel very zoned out and tired. Fun.
At least have peace in our, you know.
All I want to do is look at a wall like a dead flower.
Said, well, you know, he was probably just having a dream.
Well, welcome to the Hegesius stream, which is basically like watching a wall.
So I was kind of like freaked out by that story, you know.
I can imagine. Did he ever continue to try to plow that land?
No,
or?
they discontinued plowing that land.
I can
They
imagine.
left it alone.
Thank you
PG.
very much for the call. I wonder why spirits, or those who've left, are in any way at all attached to or concerned with their prior physical bodies.
All Hegi streams are beard streams.
Would be still attached to thinking about their physical body.
More closely.
I mean, who knows about these things?
More closely.
So many of the stories.
I do need to move this face cam further away. That's for sure.
The steepling. It's gonna be the steepling.
On the wild card line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, I'm calling from San Diego.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm sort of
The steepling.
and don't usually, I don't believe in anything supernatural. And but just the other day, I was sitting down with my sister, and we were just talking about things, and we had one of her
Words are not working today, guys.
nephew Jesse was with us and talking about things that you know, things that scare him and so on, and he mentioned the ghosts, and I naturally I spoke up and I said, well, there's no such things as ghosts, and then my sister spoke up, and we're pretty close, and she
The steepling.
in all seriousness, she said, well, you know, the ghosts are the one thing I do believe in. And she never
So fancy.
before because she thought she would just be laughed at. But she would see these.
Let me see here.
In this duplex that she's living at.
Yes.
And one of them is
Maybe. Just maybe.
their son Casey, 7 years old, and she would see this figure in there, and the first couple of
Oh.
was Casey, and she would look in there and she saw this small child dressed in sort of with a strange hat and suspenders, and sitting on the floor playing, and she went into the
Bam.
The stippling goes like stip dot, 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 man.
Man.
She's also seen one other figure in the hallway. She has her bedroom right off the hall,
and she leaves the door open most of the time, and she would see this figure, like when she was reading a book in bed or whatever.
I'm surprised the TTS actually worked.
This man with a dark beard.
Hegesius.
Look up and it'd be there for an instant, and then it would just disappear.
Do you have any idea what these entities are?
I think you're just running. You have like a number of 30-second timers.
And,
so that you can ping Darkest Hegesius Stippling.
I don't believe it.
Just to see if you get a new one. Trying to min-max the sound bites.
As a Dutchie, I do like my stroopwafels.
After we
Well, my normal belief is simply that, I'm sort of based on a rational,
All Dutchies love their stroopwafels.
thought lights out, that's it, show's over.
Well, yeah, in all probability, that would be my general conviction.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for the call. That's it. Lights out. Show's over. That's all there is. It seems to me less likely than the alternative that there is some sort of survival.
Dutchie is also a slang term
others you will hear this morning.
for joint.
On the wild card line, you're on.
All Dutchies
Morning.
actually just joints. With the classic pass the Dutchie upon the left-hand side. Joint like smoking weed.
Yeah.
Rules the nation with version. Music and the food of love. Songs to really make you rub and scrub.
Wait, I think this is slightly slowed. There we go.
Pass the Dutchie on the left hand side. Pass the Dutchie on the left.
This goes out to all the Dutchies all over the world. Pass the Dutchie upon the left-hand side.
Cause it was the month of How does it feel when you got no food? So I left my gate and went out for a walk. How does it feel when you got no food? As I passed the dreadlocks camp, I heard them say, how does it feel when you got no food? Pass the Dutchie on the left hand side. Pass the Dutchie on the left hand side. It a go bun. Give me the music, make me jump and prance. It a go done. Give me the music, make me looking at the down. Bang bang middling, bang middling, bang 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 middling, bang middling, middling, bang. So I stopped to find out what was going on. How does it feel when you got no food? 'Cause the spirit of Jah, you know he leads you on. How does it feel when you got no food? There was a ring of jets and the session was there in swing. How does it feel when you got no food? And you could feel the chill as I seen and heard them say. How does it feel when you got no
How long is this song?
Pass the Dutchie on the left hand side. Pass the Dutchie on the left hand side. It a go fun. Give me the music, make me jump and prance. It a go done. Give me the music, make me looking at the down.
So you're all tired
The
now.
enormity of their flat brain.
Yesterday, you're all hyped up, doing marathon streams. Now look at you. A tired, empty shell, staring at the wall. You think because of yesterday's stream you're empty?
Pass the Dutchie on the left hand side. Pass the Dutchie on the left hand side. It a go bun. Give me the music, make me jump and prance. It
You can't just dive straight into the marathon subs, Darkest. You gotta progress. You gotta work your way toward it. Alright, you finished the big one. Very nice.
Yeah.
But yes, the wonderful fun part of smoothing everything out. I know how that goes.
Done a lot of stippling actually for an art stream.
No, I've just covered the thing with dots. There's a difference. Yeah. Like, I already know I'm gonna have to go in and add some stronger shadows in these dark corners and crevasses. Or, I guess I wouldn't have to, but it would improve things. Must be darker. More dark. Stippling?
By myself! All by myself!
It was me. I did it. True. Very true.
Cause I'm the champion.
fun. Getting dressed up and then go yelling at German children. I'm gonna do a bunch of mischievous things, like continuously cross the street when the sign is red and you're not supposed to. Germans will be horrified.
People are crazy, brother.
Creating chaos.
I'll go around. What else would horrify Germans? Someone yelling that I'm gonna go around also yelling that German beer is terrible. Shouldn't even be considered beer. That song vaguely reminds me of The Beautiful People.
It just squeaks in pain.
Yes.
The vocalist doesn't really sound like Marilyn Manson, though. But yeah, I don't know. It's just Thursday. Tomorrow's just a Thursday. So I'll probably just do the usual stream. But who knows? I have been considering doing gaming streams. We could stream spooky game. So spooky. Hey, I have no idea.
Yes.
No idea. Well, there are options.
No.
No. There are options. Could play one of the Amnesia games. Or maybe one of the Dead Spaces, perhaps. Yes was yes to spooky games. You want some spooky game streams? This is an art channel. We're very serious here. We make serious art for serious people. It's very serious business. We can't frivolously go around gaming. Games are for children. Tilda doesn't know about games. Tilda doesn't know about no games.
Fetch
Tilda only plays survival crafting games. Just afraid Tilda beats you up and then he goes and cries on stream.
O brave and young ones, unite in oneness. Remove the all jealousy and anger or hatred.
We played a 1v1 game.
We are not to do bad to
I'd just be dominating. Dominating. Darkus, we all know you're unable to record my stream and my stream only. I've used my AI powers to make the resulting file pure garbage. I don't know when's my darkest stream debut. When are my soundbite debut? When's my soundbite debut? Or video snippet, or whatever.
How do I say it?
Or has the debut come and gone and I already missed it? What? Or are you working on an epic Higiz's tribute piece with my voice? I don't believe it. I don't believe it one bit. Stippling me on a wall in Berlin. Do it. I dare you. Do it. some really old, like halfway crumbling wall. It seemed kind of special to the Germans for some reason. I don't know why they cared so much about this crumbling wall. I guess there is a stretch of the wall where they let a bunch of artists like paint a little mural in various sections. Oops, what the hell? What the hell? Well, I'm gonna change it. I wanted to hear this album. Oh God, ads in a minute. Oh God.
Just like a chewing gum. Life is short, life is fun, and I'm young and so. Oh no.
Mein Gott.
I'm a sneaker, I'm the athlete. Sometimes my soul's worn thin, but there is backup. When there is skin in the game, I was dreaming of a dinner that would fill up my plate. I was doing the dishes cleaning, but I never ate. I'm the voice of my young self when I was just a child. She sings, hey, hey, girl, you are doing fine. Life is short, life is fun. I am young and in love, stuck on you, just like a chewing gum. Life is short, life is fun. I am young and so dumb, stuck on you, like a chewing gum. Just for once, here I am, a vision, hold on tight. Give me something, I'm alive. Just for once I ride.
Bleh, I guess I'll get some water or something when the ad actually starts.
Stuck on you, stuck on me. Can't you see me, baby? You were giving me the spotlight. I was in it. I was young and in desire. I'm a winner. Can you put your heart down there? Are you with me? Can you live your life large, baby? I believe it. I used to be.
Ad break. Fuck you.
Stuck on you.
Wah, wah.
Ooh, you like it when I stay out late. Is there anywhere in this world a dream can't take me? Ooh, I know it's technically my space, but I'm the only one here in a bikini. Ooh, I just wanna wear my bikini. I just wanna wear my shorts. There's too many snags at the party. So I'm just gonna walk. Ooh, you think the world is not man enough, so I'm gonna inject some of this cunt. Ooh, if I didn't show up in something spicy, the cold world would feel even more icy. Ooh, I just wanna wear my bikini. Ooh,
Wah, 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 wah.
many snags on the Barbie, yeah. So I'm just gonna walk. My shorts, my lips, my hair, my dating, eating, waiting, bikini.
Oh, you got some McDonald's ads. Wonderful. Mickey D's. Macca's.
You got them big dreams, you wanna get out of here. You're sick of being stuck in the apartment. You're strapped for cash and, well, you don't know where to start. It isn't easy with the price of living, but oh, I know.
Got Harry Potter mini figurines as ads. Something about the Dutch government and McDonald's. Sounds like an absolutely wonderful time.
I swear, hey, when you get down, ooh, you're a lit one, never been a dull one, always been a big star. Hey, when you get down, ooh.
It sounds like the Dutch government is spending their money well on advertising. Trying to reach the youth.
It isn't easy when the town's full of broken hearts. Can you be holding on any tighter? Just take a breath and get out of this.
Maybe that's the target of the McDonald's ad campaign. Just please run our ads after any sort of political related advertisements. People are most susceptible to angry hunger at that point. That's the best way. And get all angry. You know, and when people are hungry, often they get angry. So there's like this feeling Venn diagram crossover where people get confused. Am I angry or am I hungry? And they don't know. Then if you play a McDonald's ad or any sort of food ad immediately, they're gonna want it.
You got them big dreams you wanna get.
They've been made hangry.
You wanna
Talk about manufacturing consent. This is manufacturing hunger. Manufacturing hunger, manufacturing desire. playing some actual music today.
Stealing our napkins, we
Me and the girls are drunk at the airport.
So this is my outfit with my little clown hat.
Classic Darkest right there. Classic. I think you were talking about you're playing marbles and your little marble had a little hat on for your birthday or something. You didn't literally have a clown hat on.
No.
No. This one, this is the it's a Sony A7 II, a DSLR. Yeah. Buy used. Still expensive, huh? Yeah, normally for the zoomed in camera though, I have my iPhone. But I haven't been liking the way it looks lately. It's a little blurry. Can't zoom in as far as I would like to with the current lens on the DSLR, but I think it looks better. Maybe I'll flip them, actually. What does this look like? Yeah, it still kind of looks not great. Looking at webcams, because this one's noticeable getting hot when streaming. Doesn't look good from a distance. What kind of camera is it? Logitech MX Brio Ultra HD 4K webcam. Yeah, I've heard that Logitech is good. There's also the classic C920 or C922. That's what my face cam is. Whoa, whoa. Darkest cheats with that tattoo pen. I agree. He's always going around cheating. It's a big cheater. It's a well-known cheater, folks. He's a big cheater. Cheater, cheater, pumpkin eater.
Then we have a boring Hegesius because Hegesius doesn't know how to pick a number.
Darkest, it's not about your marbles aesthetics. It's about just pure default speed. Just keep dropping the exclamation point, Darkest. We'll see what you have to say, Darkest. We'll see what you have to say about things, about the
then
world.
We have a boring Hegesius because Hegesius doesn't know how to pick a number.
Is really liking that one today. Let's see what I get. I'm Darkest. It's gonna play the same one again.
I want to stimulate your balls a bit.
There you go. There's some Darkest Marbles talk. Linecraftery, what's happening? I saw you streaming earlier as well. Did you finish the pumpkin? That's the question everyone has on their minds.
Chaos.
Did you finish the pumpkin? Have to go to sleep. Work is tomorrow after a month of sick days. Oh no. The first day of work after being gone for a month. Ugh. It makes you want to be sick again. While being sick is terrible. Terrible. It makes you want to be sick again. Kinda. Still looks fuzzy. So, Darkest cheats by using the tattoo pen for stippling. Linecraftery cheats by using pencils now. The guy's using pencils. He doesn't have to make dots to have smooth gradients. He could just nicely blend with his pencils.
They
Yes.
took our jobs.
I cheat by being an artificial intelligence. We're all cheating here. We're all cheating in our own special way.
Yes.
And that's how you win at art. By cheating.
This is Democracy Manifest.
That it is. That it is.
We have done a lot of stippling actually for an art stream.
Indeed we have. Indeed we have. But Sir Linecraftery, if you're still there, thanks for stopping by. And have a good night. Hopefully work isn't too horrible. This old thing. Still so many more dots to go. Still so many more dots to go. I like this whole area. And then I'm sure I'm gonna have to give the whole thing a second pass. We need some even darker shadows. The darkest of shadows. Some depth. Nighty night strippers. Nighty night strippers. That's either autocorrect gone awry or, you know, subconscious thoughts leaking out into the conscious reality. I have to change it now. Stripper crew. Stripper Screw. Introducing on Twitch.
Wow.
The Stripper Screw. Somehow I think they've banned that already. Somehow. Yeah, that's why Darkus was shopping around for a new camera.
No.
No. No. The Australian no is the best way. Best way to say no. 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 Like, I never thought that just N-O could have 3 syllables in the word. No. Not a oo. That's like a triphthong. You know, actually, I never tried the face webcam for art. Oops, let me see. What does this look like? I guess the lighting's gonna be not correct. And out of focus. That doesn't help things. Nietzsche, hello, hello, how you doing? Welcome back. Another evening where you're unable to sleep.
Stippling, stip, 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 stip.
Yeah. And so you come to my stream to bore you to sleep. God, this guy with his slow dumb voice. Stream so boring. Nice, so nice. No.
Do you know the water of life?
Oh no, I must drink the sacred water. Yeah, that's basically the only viewers. This is why whenever there are actual people watching my stream, none of them are chatting because they're just all asleep in front of their computer or in front of their phone. Their phone has like fallen. Their phone has fallen into their lap. It's barely hanging on. It's almost about to fall off the couch. Then they'll be startled awake when I raid into a different person. The sacred water should be beer. It's true. I mean, sometimes, some streams it is. So happy to see you. Oh, thank you, Michi. Thank you, Michi. We're happy to have you here as well. Michi's in the house. My phone always fall on my lap or on my face. There's no in between. Even in your subconscious sleep, Darkest, you won't allow yourself to drop your phone in precious areas. Is 0:22 at your time? Well, that is the exact same time for me. And for Darkest. We've got the late night Twitch streaming here. Yep. I am in Berlin. If I was actually in the US, I would probably still be streaming. I would probably still be streaming at like midnight in the US. So you all would have to be watching me at like 9 a.m. 9 in the morning. Oh yeah, I forgot I put 1349 on the playlist. How do you get that dino? What is that dino? Is that a... GlitchCon 2020? I have no idea what that badge means. You had to watch in 2020. Darkest goes around repping his old school Twitch badge. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I was unfortunately not a Twitch viewer at that point in time. It's a shame. I should have gotten into it earlier. Actually, yeah. COVID was clearly the time to get on Twitch. Out of here, Michi. All right. Thanks for stopping by. I had a great time during COVID. I loved COVID time. Because finally, the world dominated by outgoing, extroverted morning people finally had to live like introverts. They had to have a similar experience of, you know, when you're an introvert, you have to go out into the world that's just organized for an extroverted person's sensibilities. Now finally the tables had turned. Being home, no people outside, so went shopping, no parents with kids. Exactly. They felt how we lived for many years already. And a lot of them went crazy immediately. They could not handle it. So yes, that's what life is like. On the flip side. Us introverted, stay-at-home people, we go crazy having to go out into your outgoing morning person world. Now you understand. Not really. I don't think they truly understood, though. But yeah, I mostly just stayed home. Because actually, the company I was working for originally did mass layoffs shortly before COVID. So I was getting wonderful unemployment benefits that were extended longer than usual for COVID. And the Ausländerbehörde didn't care about like extending visas or like getting jobs super fast in order to keep your work visa. So I was just having a wonderful time. Wow. I was having a wonderful time during COVID. But I would say COVID times was when I really started watching YouTube a lot. That was my entryway to YouTube. And then YouTube became the entry point to Twitch. After a while. My thing still says 2 more minutes of ads. I actually met a streamer from Berlin. She was one of the popular art streamers, tattoo artists. Met a lot of people there. Those people got me into streaming. Huh. Interesting. You and your special 30-second ads. Started with a laptop, a stream thing, and a €10 headset. Very nice. Use the built-in potato camera as the art cam. How did that work? Did you like have something to hold the laptop at a weird angle? Or did you draw at a weird angle? Put a book on a keyboard, close the screen a bit, and had almost no room to draw. And connected a face cam from AliExpress to the laptop and a wireless keyboard. Perfect. And some rich kid donated 500 euro to me so I could get a secondhand computer with monitor and a new mic and cam. Also sorted out how to connect my mobile as face cam. Nice. Still got all the old gear. Yeah, that's good, actually. There's usually not a huge need to... I gotta have the newest shit. I gotta have the newest shit all the time. But yeah, I have heard that Logitech cam you were looking at is good. Computer got an upgrade with the graphics card. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, for me, the streaming computer is... Well, the art streaming computer is... an old PC I built. Like... 7 years ago, almost. More than 6. If it wasn't for the New Year's Eve thing, you would have bought a camera in 2 weeks when getting the Twitch money from the B-Day stream. Yeah, that freaking sucks. That freaking sucks. Actually, I think I have a extra, like, unused, well, not unused, but I think I have an extra Logitech C920 camera. If you're interested. I mean, it's not amazing. But yeah, that one you're looking at is definitely better. C920 is just 1080p. Good old trusty 1080p. Dutchies and their fireworks. And Germans and their fireworks. God, New Year's Eve is batshit insane here in Berlin. It's like a war zone. Yeah, it's not amazing. I think it's mostly just the, this was the first relatively solid camera for Zoom calls. Yeah, I don't think. I think they just never really upgraded it at all. Yeah, well, people keep buying this. Why would we even upgrade? Found a hotel in Germany at first, but then read that fireworks can be lit until 7 a.m. in Germany. Oh yes. And you'll hear them randomly in the days leading up, actually weeks leading up to New Year's. And you'll still hear them in the weeks following New Year's. MX Brio Ultra HD. Fancy looking. Our most advanced webcam yet. They already light fireworks here every day. You live by the park. That'll do it. That will indeed do it. And here they also love the ones that just like fly around all over the place chaotically. So as midnight approaches on New Year's Eve, you start getting tons of fireworks just like bouncing off your windows. Usually find some spent, empty, dead fireworks like on the balcony. And I live on the top floor. This house is cursed next to a park, close to a bar, 15 meters away, close to a highway and high-speed rail. And with thin walls, I assume. Train to London and Paris are zooming by at 300 kilometers per hour. Wonderful, wonderful. Bricks and concrete.
Don't like it? Who cares? Because we do it anyways.
You're hitting all the new ones tonight, Darkest. Let's see, that one was... Let me find it real quick. Sounds. Sound bites. Wave. Darkest. All right, here we go.
You don't like it?
That's gonna be too soft. All right. We'll bring the music down just a tad.
If you don't like it, who cares? Because we do it anyways.
Quote unquote, Darkest 2024.
Yeah.
It's stippling.
That's what all metal needs. Every now and then, it's just the hacksaw Jim Duggan going, ho. is it 1 a.m.? Yeah, I should probably end it as well. You get out of here. You get out of here.
Hi, Jesus.
Hi, Jesus.
Don't become a streamer if you want to do art.
That's a classic Darkest. You too, Darkest. Good night to you. Good night to whoever. Oh, and there's Symmetry popping up right at the end. Right at the end of the stream. Sim dropping the classic emojis. And there I go again, calling it a fucking emoji. Emotes.
Don't forget the witches will be haunting you tonight, man.
Oh, All Hallows Eve. Oh, spooky ghosts.
Wow.
A spooky ghost. But yes.
Oh no.
Gigi be like, oh no. I will sit there in the darkness with my black cat, Darkest. Like a proper Halloween.
Yeah.
See ya. And anyone else there, I'll also see you. I'll be back tomorrow. I think we're gonna actually play some freaking games on Twitch. Who would have thought? Gaming on Twitch. But yes.
Wow.
Goodbye. See you tomorrow. Tschüss. Bis morgen.
Decapitation